Good evening. Hello. I feel everywhere. Everywhere. Today. Hello Thrash, hello Kano. What's up? I managed to go to sleep at 4 AM today, but like I don't know, I still feel a little tired. And I did take a nap too on top of that. So that's crazy. Hello Chegg. Lawyer me, that's right. I can't wait to object to literally everything everything they tell me. Absolutely everything. I brought a cup of lemonade and I realized that was a bad idea because it's not going to be good for my throat. But my throat is feeling better. Very sad I had to cancel last night to rest it. But justice waits for no one. And so we must continue Ace Attorney today. I'm thinking that tomorrow... Was it tomorrow? The Endless Oceans game comes out. I'm thinking I'm gonna hold off on that one. And then we'll do the Toxic Lesbian game then tomorrow instead. Because I've been hearing some not so good reviews about it. So we'll see. It still looks cool. I still kind of want to try it out, but maybe I'll wait for a sale. Maybe I'll be good. We shall see. I need to change my team for Colo. That's just so sad. It's so upsetting. Alright. You need your yandere Yuri fix. Yeah, I'm only being annoying about it because I had the urge to play it since last week, but I didn't want to change up my schedule. So that I had to put it off again yesterday was upsetting me. That's okay. That's okay. We're definitely playing too much visual novel stuff. My sister was like, "How was stream yesterday?" I was like, "Oh, I had to cancel because I didn't want to tell her I was voice acting too hard." Sorry, I was like, I was reading too much. Well, no, that doesn't sound right. I was talking too much. I didn't know how to explain it to her, so I was just like, I said that my throat was sore or something. She was like, "Are you sick?" I was like, no. Because obviously if I'm sick, I have to stay away from the baby. You were too vocal with your internet friends. Oh, friends? That sounds parasocial. Disgusting. Alright, let's go. Oh, shoot. No. There you go. Ooh. Episode 4, Turnabout Succession. And that is the whole truth of this case. Mason's system? What the heck is going on? I was making funny voices for too long. Oh, is someone dying? Yeah? Who's dying? Ooh. Hello, Kuma. Hello, Kana. Hello, Dalek. In order to understand myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Okay. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. Oh. And now... Rotary, how could you? You stand ready to begin this final chapter. This isn't the last case, is it? I'm so disappointed in you right now, Rotary. Did you at least win? Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Oh, hey Kristoff, what's up? Of course you won. You're good at League. Disgusting. Aren't you so disappointed in yourself? October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Write anything agency. This was 3 months since our last case. Is it ever a win when you play League? True. Hey Apollo, look on TV, look! Yeah, I'm kind of busy. Whoa, look at that. He's the last Grammary, right? Oh, alright, amazing. Apollo! You should be watching this! Ow, ow, ow! What? What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. The one from 3 months ago? Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. It's always a hollow win, yeah? How long were you playing League, Rotary? Was it just for one little round? Or was it all day, huh? And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lamar disappeared. Oh, so this is just for your ego. That's right. Uncle Valent did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. It's just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. Sure, give me 1 second though. Let me go grab the doggy. Hi, Nikki. Hello, dearest. Okay. I have obtained the Nikki Doodle. So why were you playing League, Rotary? What's your excuse, huh? Were you being blackmailed? Or were you just like, oh, I have to get that League fix? After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. Oh, where'd he go? It was blackmail. You were forced? Forced with what, huh? What'd they have on you? What you're seeing now is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gaviners concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary Troupe Gramarye is performing for the first time in 7 years. Oh. That's gonna be great. I'm so there. Hello, Kenny. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Gramarys. It was a bet. If you carried a guy in League, he'd buy you dinner. So you were basically forced. Oh, okay. Well, what was the dinner? I hope it was good. They look so silly with those 3 hats. Yeah, but everybody here wears hats too. So, I mean, at least Trucy does. You get used to it. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Dim sum? Alright. Was it good? Here's yours, Apollo. Thank you. Ticket to the premiere showing of A Grand Illusion by the magician Valent Gramarye. Squeak. Ah, you are here. Working hard or hardly working? Oh, hey, Feeny. Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay! Pudding! I love pudding. Ooh, it's farm fresh. And not just 1 pudding, but 3 whole cups. I'll have to pace myself. Okay, you're forgiven. Very good, and now you're happy? Okay. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You gotta take it easy with the secrets, you know. Alright, you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me? Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. All you can Korean barbecue, sushi, and shabu shabu restaurant? That sounds amazing! Oh, I could go for some shabu shabu. Or Korean barbecue. I mean sushi too, but I had sushi relatively recently. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the jurist system, yes? The jurist system? Oh, are we gonna be doing it like Great Ace Attorney? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Oh, this is gonna be a headache for me, isn't it? Have you heard of it, Apollo? Oh, maybe? What do you mean, maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The jurist system, huh? Aw, the jury's a pain. So, Daddy, what's this jurist system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. The 12 people chosen from the community, right? Yes, of course, Keiki. Who else could I be talking about? Right? Oh, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the jurist system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. And there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy. You'll buy us all dinner? Heck yeah. And Mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot? Hey! So, what is this secret mission? The jury system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. True, true. Everyone's got an opinion and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kinda like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? There's nothing wrong with being indecisive. In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Juror System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. Trucy's great, that's right. Hello, Relevancing. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing you out on something too serious, like murder. Good thing that won't be happening. True. The case is a murder. I swear to God. That's not simple at all. By simple, do you mean that the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. I hate you. So, good luck, Apollo. It's just a simulation, though, right? With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course, but it's just a simulation, right? Recall that I said it had something to do with you? Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway. No sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided, but it's just a test, right? It's not real. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in the worst case scenario. What is the freaking point? You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial. It's a real trial. It's going on my record. Oh, that just makes it worse. All the forms have been filed. There's no turning back now. I didn't even get a say. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Huh? Something that happened last night. Phoenix Wright. Hey Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission. But what about this? The Chief Grammary Grand Magic Show. Huh? Oh, right. The card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valent. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. Girly, I have a murder trial tomorrow that I don't know anything about. Who did Trucy kill this time? I don't know. A clown. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? Oh, I don't know. But what about the secret mission? Ah, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I'm gonna end it off. How is it already shaping up to be worse than the last trial? You're 15, right? Go by yourself, yeah. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. It would kill me! Ah, Grammary. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that still Cat the Grammary seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks! It's great! But, today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! So it's plastic! I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. Hobo Phoenix is great, except for when he's making my life harder, which is always. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. What's with that face? Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. This is a terrible present. What kind? It is like one of those, oh, it's a check of money for your future. And except your kid is like 8 years old and they don't care about their future. Don't open it until then. This is a terrible present. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Hello, Moose. Envelope from Mr. Right. Do not open it until the time is right. An envelope about the Grammaries, huh? Alright, so what case are you gonna use? You really want to know, don't you? Well, the trial's tomorrow and somebody's gonna go to jail if I'm not prepared. You freaking jerk. Of course I do. I mean, I'm gonna be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes, of course, this is just a test. Except somebody could go to real jail! We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, if it weren't. I hate everything. The way these two act, I think there might be a gas leak in the office. That would imply that it's spread, that I'm being affected too. And obviously, I am perfectly sane. So sane. I'm gonna go insane like Emma. I'm just gonna start munching all the time. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway, his? Well, mine. Company chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose. I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Yes, please! Good! That's better! That's something! Can you just tell me about it? But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. Why? What? Then how am I supposed to defend? Hey, Connor. Hope you're doing well. No, not at all. It's because I complained about the last case, isn't it? It's because I couldn't stop complaining. They decided to give me a worse one. It's just gonna keep getting worse. You let me worry about the details there. No! Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. You don't even have your badge. Where is your authority? But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo. If I'm in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility. For good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry. I know what I'm doing. God. That's the problem, though. You know what you're doing, but you won't freaking communicate with the rest of us. Alright. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. You know... You know, I worked previously in the past with lawyers, and what they consider to be a very short turnaround case that they only have very little time to prepare for. That's like the shortest is like a few days, maybe a week. But not telling me anything before the trial, you're freaking killing me. He's having too much fun not being the one being bullied. I guess so. Yeah, you're right. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. What kind of defense attorney doesn't know a single thing about their case when they go to their client? But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. I hate this man. Well, time's a wasted. He really is just so happy that he doesn't have to be the one without all the information this time. Oh yeah, I retweeted that one on Twitter. I was reading about it, Theo. I hate everything. October 7th. Detention center. Visitor's room. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. Oh, hello, pirate. Do you want? I'm assuming you want me to call you Theo now? I can keep calling you pirate. I might forget. Possibly. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "A waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. A guard! Is our client gonna be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Eek! Whichever you prefer. Okay, gotcha. Where did you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Thud? What? Eek! She passed out! Miss Magic Underwear might have been the better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. No, I'd rather it not be. Hi, ma'am. Would you like to talk? Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? What are you talking about? Tell me, what's your sign? What are you talking about? Can't you just ask about the case? I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. That's how it is. So what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know, this is getting nowhere fast. Hey, I know, maybe you can tell us what happened? I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? I'm gonna kill Phoenix Wright. Well, the other day this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Trucy Wright, hello, where? Later, Trucy. She's cute. She'd be cuter if she actually spoke to me. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now. You did good, Apollo. What are you talking about? What? Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. What is that? Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. You're like a teenager on a first date. And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school. That's very specific, Apollo. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and address. The name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew's studio. The music? Yeah, the music just because she finally started talking. And you're giving me this card because... Well, at least we know her name. Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew's studio is the scene of the crime? Let's go find out. Well, he did say we could examine the scene of the crime. Alright. Go for it. October 7th, Drew's studio. Wow. This looks like... It looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art. Or maybe it's the other way around. I like the... I was about to say porcupine. I like the underwater one. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. The tape? Yeah. Looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings! Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. The puffer fish, right, the porcupine fish. Okay. Were they murdered for the art? Oh! What's it called? Momotaro? So, something like that, right? Apollo, look at this one. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Drew Misham's paintings added to the court record. Thanks. All the paintings have a really different style too. Yeah. Huh, I thought I might find you two here. Oh, hey, Emma! Emma! Long time no see! Huh? Seems like I run into you far too often. I mean, what, has it been 3 months? I bet I know why you're here too. The murder? You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Oh! Is Vera like his daughter or something? Misham. And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning's a common way to get the job done, even when the murderer is a woman. Wow, sexism! I'll have you know that if I were to commit a murder, it definitely wouldn't be by poison. I'm not getting this pun name. Yeah, every time I hear the names, I'm like, what is the pun behind it? Poisoning? Vera Misham. Vera Misham? Vera Misham? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackers. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around. Which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Yep. Or else. Yep. Court record. Drew Misham. I mean, his name is Drew. I don't know what Misham is supposed to be a pun for. Landscape. Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Looks like it was only half completed. Oh, that's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you too? They do, actually. What's that all about? It's a pufferfish. Hello. Is that A porcupine fish? Apollo, that's clearly... Oh my god! Oh no! Juicy and I have the same brain cell. Oh, this is awful. Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing? You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot in the lower there? The lower belly there? Nothing! Like me sham? Like a sham? Oh, like he wasn't the real artist? Must remember to keep Trucy away from small, round fish. I can't believe this. Oh. You look angry. Well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something. Every day you get more Trucy pilled. What? Little old me? Maybe they're worried? Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. Maybe. We gotta get you a magic hat now. They're a mission. What a pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost. And on the back, just her name. That seems odd to me. What does the D mean? Oh, what does? Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? Then people would remember what you look like too. That's not a bad idea, actually. Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo. She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky. Yes, it is. I don't need to see it to know. Okay. Oh? What's this? Oh, looky here. A handwritten signature. It says... I can't read it. That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? Some people have signatures that you don't know what the heck they're actually saying. What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? I never thought of it that way. Okay. $70? Are you ready, Apollo? Ready? For what? For what? For the Troop Grand Magic Show! It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not a part of what's going up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No? Doesn't get more straightforward than that. No. No, I didn't mean to click it. Alright. Hey, Emma. So, this, Drew Mishram was some kind of artist? Apparently. Did a lot of illustrations for books. I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Misham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? In any case, the only person beside him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. You mean the killer? You wrote a love letter last week? Yeah? Yeah? And did you give it to its recipient? Huh? What happened? Give us the deets. You wanna go down, Nikki? The suspect, please. You mailed it? Yeah? Should have gotten it by now, right? What happened? We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever. Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Ben and Jerry? The ice cream company? Oh, I get it. Cause if you marry ice cream people, then you get all the ice cream you could ever want. So this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of vibe. Yeah, I kind of got that when she refused to speak to us. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? It's just not in the cards. It's fate. But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So, about the poison. It was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Okay. Like I said, she's you too. How dare you? How dare you? You think I would be screaming if somebody tried to make me touch grass? Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into this studio. I guess mysterious painters would never go outside and make for good articles. Yes, 100%, how dare you. So, and it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview? Who was the interviewer? At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? What did the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Oh. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. And why isn't the reporter a suspect? Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet, the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Right? Why would she poison him when there's a witness right there? Okay. Let's take a look. Hey! There's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? He certainly seemed pleased by the possibility. Huh. It's so normal. It's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. Oh? I'd better get a professional opinion on this. Notable for the large plum in the background. Why did he paint two? I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah. And what's going on with this half-finished one? Must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. Objection? What are you objecting to? Oh. Eek! Apollo! That's where the body was! It's the spot where Mr. Drew Visham passed away. Visham. He put the coffee mug to his lips in the next moment. There's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up until the moment he died. Wow, a true artist till the end. Or maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. You think you figured it out, not the murder? You're not that good. I was gonna say, wow, so early? It looks like a painting of like a construction thing. The letter box looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Mission would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. That's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee. I would hope so. It would be very impressive if I could figure out a murder without meeting the suspects, but alas, hey, we already know who did it. It must have been the reporter. Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. Why? I'm officially not on your side after all. What? But you're definitely not on Clavier's. You hate him, remember? Remember you hate him? I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Misham alone. Okay. Hello. What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? Are you gonna play until you finish the case or nah? That depends, because these cases can go on for like 7 to 8 hours sometimes, or at least that's how long we take to do them. So we'll see. We'll do as much of it as we can. From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy? But these cost like $50 at the magic shop. No 8 AM streams again? Why not? But I want to know who done it, and I want to be proven right. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. They get longer as the game progresses. Yep. So this is Drew Misham, and this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Unless you want to abandon toxic lesbians again. Listen, I took a break yesterday, so my voice should be fine for about 2 days, you know? You know, we'll be alright. It'll be fine. Right. Oh no, I mean in every case they're split up into chapters that we can save in between and stuff. It's always like that. Right. You have the investigation, and you have the start of the case, and then ooh look, something happens, and then the case ends for the day, and then you get to investigate again, and then you get part 2 of the trial, and then sometimes the trial is split into 2 parts. Wee. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. Ooh. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Ah, you had me going for a while there. Hey, Apollo. What's this feathers thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. Oh yeah, well of course at the to be continued it's always like plot twist, cliffhanger. Don't you want to know what happens next? Yes, yes I do. Oh, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Hello, hairstyle. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Look, you see this dummy? That he positioned the dummy so that it was pointing at the criminal, at the murderer. And that's why it was the reporter. So silly. How are you? I once again have a headache for a case, but that's okay. At least we know the goings on. We know who our client is. We know who done it. Probably. Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I'm a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? It's pointing at the killer! This envelope has been opened and resealed. Ooh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. It is indeed May. Same to you. Why would someone open a letter then seal it again? I'd better hang on to this. Red envelope. Okay. Apollo, look! It's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Let's ask her if we can tamper with the evidence. Yeah, you're right. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. The middle of the year. Oh dear God. Why would you say that? We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough for that, thanks. What the heck is all this? Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Why would somebody who's so old-fashioned need any of this? What the heck is all this stuff? Okay. I have something to ask you, ma'am. Emma, about this. Oh, that. Yes, why that's a bright red envelope. Hello, Aries. Oh, aren't they always? She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? Did you open it? My lips are sealed. You opened it, didn't you? Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure. I read it after all. You mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha! Please. I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it apparently. Hey, if you can take a look at it, I can take a look at it, surely. I know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes! The use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. Emma, you look great today. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. What about this? So, Emma, about this coffee mug. I hope you aren't trying to grill me for information. You know I'm not talking. But you look so good today, girl. Oh my gosh. I suppose you are the detective here. Why don't you two take a look yourselves? If you find a clue, I might not be unwilling to lend a hand. I think she's gonna help us, Apollo. Let's check out this mug, shall we? Okay. Kamakita, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. How was your stream? What were you guys up to today? Bribe with snackoos? True. Okay. What is that? Hey, look there. Tales of Rise. Nice! I hope you are continuing to enjoy the Tales of series. And Rabbit and Steel. Ooh, I don't know if I've heard of that one, but I hope you're having a good time. If you gotta go get some rest, get yourself something to eat, please feel free. We are once again solving murders. Now let's make sure you guys go give Kamikita a follow too if you're not already. Finish it right before Unicorn Overlord. Nice! Did you finish both games? I hope you enjoyed them. It wasn't a mustache cup? Nope. Eclipse, thank you for the follow. Please make yourself at home. Finish both games? Heck yeah. It's so satisfying when you finish a game. On the Ace Attorney games? Nice. Nice. Yeah. I'm assuming you mean these ones too. Otherwise, that is the sequel games. So if you haven't finished the sequel games, feel free to run away from spoilers. Hello, CJ. How's the case going? I'm already exhausted. But you know what? It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. It'll be just fine. Great Ace Attorney. Nice. The Edgeworth games. Nice. I haven't done the Edgeworth games myself. I've always heard mixed things about it, so we'll see. But Great Ace Attorney is so good. That stain doesn't look healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. I've been told that the live action movie is good. Oh yeah, there was a live action, wasn't there? Oh yeah, I haven't seen it. You like the Edgeworth game? Both of them? There's a musical? Oh, like the first Edgeworth game. Gotcha. Well, we'll see. Both of them, yeah? Okay. This thing is probably Better ask Emma. The poison, huh? Was their hair just as goofy in the live action? I think it was. The stage show was great too. Dang, you guys have seen it all, huh? Cannot say the same. Tell me about forensic science. I have seen like screenshots though, I think, of like the live action. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Oh, heck yeah. In the name of forensic science, of course. How about this? Nice. Yeah, I thought we were just gonna, you know, be like, oh, Emma, you look so good today. Oh my god. But I guess this one would actually work. How about this mug? There's a pale blue residue on the rim. Thank you for the comfort trio. This is the first game, case number 4. That. Yeah, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, and that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. Certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. Certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis. Haven't gotten into a single Celeste raid. I'm ignoring them. No, thank you. Actually, I can host one. I haven't. I'm gonna at least host it for the crystal. For the crystals. Oh wait, let me help Faf with her host first. Hi Jay. Good night. I hope you had a good lurk. Waking up at 6 today? Oh god, I'm so sorry. What's happening with Celeste raids? Well, because Dark Guild Wars is coming up, it's hell to do them, you know? To get into Celeste right now. Cause everybody wants that sweet, tasty weapon. I hear you too, Miss J. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a nice day. Told Jen about how you put him on the flower. Yeah, because you guys are forever associated with me. You're welcome. We love Guild Wars! Celeste Fist, my beloved. Yep. I was afraid you were gonna ask about that. See, this solution is to test for atroquinine. Atroquinine. Something about that word just does not roll off the tongue. The deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh. I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Let's tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent? Almost
fully recovered from my cold.
Good to hear, Azumin. Hello. When you think of Thrash, you think of me. And Jen reminds you of sunflowers always. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I know. It's like I contaminate everybody who comes into contact with me, right? Oh, shoot. Sorry, what did you say? But it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly? It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show, but you just said that as soon as his mouth touched the mug, that he started that's when he started having a reaction. You were your own person once, not anymore. Then you became a Jen Enjoy. True. That's why you're here. Yeah, viewer. I know, right? You guys will never be rid of me. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown. That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can even find the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay! Let's give it a whirl. Ah! What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again, and I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Trucy, right? Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Spray the detection region. Okay. Oh, I can't move? Okay, I'm not over here. Oh, I can. Okay, good. Suspicious. Suspicious. You're Oshi, the blood-sucking parasite? I take that as a compliment. Suspicious. Hello, Ride. It's really not over here? Or on the thing? What else is suspicious? This better be a really big bottle. Jack, thank you for the prime sub for 2 months. I hope you continue enjoying the emotes. What the heck? Happy fishing. What is suspicious? Alright, fine. I'm just gonna take forever doing this. I'm gonna eat. Your alerts are still silent? Oh, you guys can't hear them? I can hear them. That's weird. Unmute alert. I'll have to fix that later. I don't know why it's silent. It says it's not muted. They are silent? Huh. I tried muting it and unmuting it. We'll see if that works. Try it again. Did you hear it now? Maybe it's just too quiet. It does sound kind of quiet. Nope. No? Okay. I'll have to fix that later. I think there's something else that was kind of broken too. What the heck? Man. I don't see a single suspicious thing. sprayed the letterbox. I sprayed the painting. I sprayed coffee. I sprayed the body. Sprayed the other paintings. I sprayed the figurine. I sprayed the letter. I sprayed the unused journal. I sprayed this thingamajig. All these other thingamajigs. What the heck am I missing? Do you guys see anything suspicious? Paints. Man. Am I a fool? The whole room is suspicious? I've sprayed the whole room! Too bad, no reaction there. I'm pretty sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know. Let's check it out, just to be sure. Oh, alright, sure. So they had me taken for a fool, huh? Yeah, I did the mug and the paintings. Oh? Oh. Is that already there, maybe? When you're supposed to find nothing, right? How dare they? Oh, over here. There we go. A reaction, Apollo! Huh? Where? Where? The inside of that cute little frame. Look. Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. You wanna go back down, Nikki? Or what? Sleep on the bed? Frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches. Bears traces of the deadly poison atropine. Why would the inside of that frame have poison in it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Puppy? Yeah. Is that your Nicky Doodle? What the heck? Emma, about this. Can we open it now? Oh, no. Same thing. Don't open it. You read it. I've been tainted. You've been tainted by me, so that means you're the part owner of Nikki. That's not how that works. You try flattering her. About that envelope we found, I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do ya? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Oh? It is a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember that? She deserves a steak. No, she can't. She can't eat that. She's too old. Sadly. So basically it lets you see inside things like envelopes. That's right, you're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that in practice, of course. Thank you for the hydrate. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma? Please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright! Let's give it a spin, Apollo. Okay. Celeste's pub to crew, go for it. Ah! What are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair. But it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore and it might fall out. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. Just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. Wrong party. Oh, new raids. Insert the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience. There's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You gotta set it to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there with for me, would you? Okay. Oh, that's a pleasant sound. I'm not turning anything. That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan. 85% rice? Oh boy, that's a lot of rice. You know, I actually don't mind burritos with lots of rice. Personally, but maybe not 85%. I got something. See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see the paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? Don't make me more hungry. What did I even have for dinner? Oh yeah, I had a chicken and rice. This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. Oh, it's your fault that it had too much rice, Kuma? Good morning, Imp. It breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Rubbing? Like going over the image with WASD while holding That's a funny sound. There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again just a little. Good. Now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly. Not bad. It was cilantro lime rice? Oh, interesting. Neat. Let's do some more. Okay. Turn the dial to focus on the layer. Oh. Okay. Lottery number 16. Try again. Hmm? Ah! What is this puzzle? I'm supposed to find the layer to clean, but I'm not seeing the layer. The layer I'm supposed to be cleaning. Hello, Dio. Oh, wow. So let's do damage, huh? Oh, thank God I have Lucio for the full heal. Full auto on. Line number 16, try again. Yeah, I see it too, but I think we have to fully clean it before they're like, good job, you did it. Okay, how about all the way up? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, I see. Are we good? Okay, let's print this one out. I see now. I had to keep turning it. Does this mean I have to buy another one to win? Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let her buy another one. It's okay, there's no need. But see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? So what, he won the lottery, so she murdered her for the... She murdered her dad for the money? Okay, there we go. Is this a new case? Yep, we finished the last one a couple of days ago. That's why I had to take off to rest my hecking voice. Okay. And it looks like this is not Clown Girl's case, thankfully. Deposited $100,000. Mr. Drew Misham. I've deposited the $100,000 into the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Okay, let's print it out. Mr. Drew Misham, I deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Okay, and who is this? Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Here to take a look? You bet I do. If you're gonna read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page then. Okay. Buffaloes don't have wings? Wow. Why did they call it that then, huh? Sounds like a lawsuit in the making. There aren't really... This isn't really a buffalo wing. Sign... the papers and send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. What were the papers? So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings? Someone has undoubtedly already tried that lawsuit, yep. Why all the secrecy though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him? Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Oh. I got a fist drop. Does anybody want one of these? It needs a fist. So Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. Yeah, you'll all have to fight to the death for it. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Alright. Bruschel. Bruschel? Bruschel? Probably Bruschel. He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with the painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed? Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. That's right. That's right. There's only 2 other magicians in all of history. In this entire town. City. That wasn't Valent Grimir by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So, he's out interviewing Valent Grimir. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Thank you. Sorry. Top dollar for information. Uh-oh. Well. Sounds like he's gonna be a pain, huh? They don't have anything to say about this? I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really? What's this? A camera lens finder? Do reporters take photos too? I guess if he's freelance, you'd have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win! I've interacted with enough monsters to know when I shouldn't provoke one. Oh yeah? Why didn't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? Hey, why not? At least that one will pay your bills, considering none of this ain't. Right. Nice talking with you, Emma. Bye! October 7th, Sunshine Coliseum. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo! The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent. What about the case? Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy. Apollo is the only lawyer on welfare. Why must we always get the poor ones? How often I'd hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Uncle Valent, how's it going? Oh, sorry. I'm glad to see you too. Sorry, for some reason I thought that was Apollo for a second. Of course you are. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger suits. It's this guy. Yeah, Mr. Magic Man. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as the one I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifi's illusions are reborn. Here, on stage, by my hand. He's got too much energy. Hard to keep up. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grammary Miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Grammary. If that terrible thing hadn't... It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valence Grammary, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think, we get to see the great Magnifi's illusions again. 30-second break. Alright, let me hydrate really quick. Those two look like Yu-Gi-Oh characters. What is it about it? Is it like the cape or the hat? I haven't really consumed a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh content. I don't remember what their designs are really like. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? The color? I feel like it's the color. Ooh, okay, I see it. I get it. They are pretty bright usually, huh? Yu-Gi-Oh designs are all over the place. The whole extravagant outfit. Okay. My mentor, the magnificent Magnifi Grammary, was a true deity among magicians and musicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I saw the last one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience. Wow. And then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grammary Troupe's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 years? Trucy's been exposed to the gas leak her whole life. Well, of course. She lives with Feeny. It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our lands? I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. Huh? 7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? Thank you for noticing. And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Okay. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifi's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property and as such protected by property laws. You can copyright a magic trick? Intellectual property, maybe? Magnifi knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Grammary was the inheritor of the Grammary Miracle. Daddy? Yet as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. Alright, not necessarily dead? I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? Sorry, wrong voice. Legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. Copyright law may protect the written description of a magic trick or the choreography or pantomime used to perform a magic trick. However, copyright law does not protect the actual method of performing the trick. Interesting. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Oh. Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it. This past spring, April to be precise, was the time your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was in fact stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. Absentia? He's declared missing permanently. Daddy. 7 years. Dang, is it really 7 years declared deceased? I don't think I have anything for you. Well, good talk. Am I allowed backstage? Nope. I don't... Hey, do you know what this is? I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha! Why, that bears the Grammary seal. It varies depending on circumstances. Yeah, that's fair. 7 years is a long time to wait for that process. Yep. Oh no, I died! Well, you know, maybe it'll be fine. Possibly. Uncle Valen? Is something wrong? Tracy, where did you get this? Oh? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? My partner, Zachary? No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy... Your what? Lord Daddy? That's kind of a... stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. This signature upon the back. Do you recognize it? Oh, is it from her actual father? That belongs to none other than Zach Grammary. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? 7 years is the norm for a missing person to be declared dead. Huh. Interesting. Why are you so upset by it? Are you the one who killed him? Okay. Well, let's try moving back for now, I guess. Hi, Femi. Nice. October 7th, detention center. I mean, she's probably gone. Visitor's room. You here to see Vera Misham? Yes, that's right. When's the time to duel? As soon as we get to the trial day. She's in the medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? She's just lying down. Said she didn't feel so good. I'm sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment. Most annoying client ever. Apollo Justice. She's sickly. Guess we should come back. Okay. You had the E-boy, he was way worse. Oh! What was his name again? He had a silly name. The Mafia boy. Walkie-talkie, right. Well, he's supposed to be at the Coliseum. But I can't seem to go in. Is there anything else? Ah, ha, 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 ha. A challenge, is it? He wants me to make that disappear. Very well. Give it to me. No, no, no. Interesting how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. We wouldn't know anything about this case. What am I missing? Oh, do you know anything about Brushel? So, a journalist was here on a story. There we go. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel? Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel. That's cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? There we go. Mr. Brushel the journalist. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now. Valen's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valen's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet, he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that rapacious reporter remove himself. Oh, the 7 years ago? So a painter has died. Oh, actually about the painting. Well, what do you have to do with that? What of it? What of it? It is but a footnote in footlights compared to the magic of gramarye. Uncle Valent, do you know where the reporter went? He was asking you about the painter? I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. Ooh, here comes Apollo. Uncle Valent's big magic trick. Is he gonna fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? Ah ha 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 ha! Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? He must have really not liked that journalist. Now the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valent. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. I hate that word. Prestidigitation. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valent react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. Alright.
Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation. That's a disgusting word. They should, like, stop using it. October 7th, detention center, visitors room. Detention. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money, end quote. No, not at all. Oh, dear God, he's gonna be an awful witness, isn't he? Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? Oh, dear God. Hey there. How you doing? Who might you be? Sorry. We didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You? You're Justice? You? You know me? Do I know you? Well, of course I know you. Stares down the witnesses on stand till they spill beans, end quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? Kill it with fire. He looks like he lures people into cheap motels and eats them. Whoa! You're Trucy. Am I famous? Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote. Eek! That's so not true. Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No! How many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. God. He has that uncanny valley feeling, right? I feel like he belongs in like a horror movie, genuinely. Did you come here to interview the guard? Oh wee, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk. I had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote. Huh? Oh girl, get out of here, hide. I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Brushel. Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes his eyes. Writes, end quote. Oh, sleep paralysis demon. Oh god. I feel like that's something you'd see in the worst of your nightmares. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? He looks like he plans on hunting his coworkers for sport. Yep. Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem madness, end quote. I can see that. He's fighting something again. How do you have that all that space on your arm? You know, actually, Mr. Nephew was... I let Mr. Nephew draw on my arm. Oh god, actually, I forgot I let... Jensis let him draw on my face today. I can't... I think I got it off. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Do we have to talk to him? So, Mr. Russell, you're a journalist? I have this visceral anger brewing in me. Jen wearing makeup? That's news. Oh, yes. Makeup in the form of Mr. Nephew drawing on my face. Actually, it was payback because yesterday, Mr. Nephew started drawing on his face. And then... I kind of let it happen. Jensis was in the room. She just wasn't really paying attention. So when she finally saw, she was like, why did you let him do that? But you see, it's funny because when I was young, I too drew on my face with marker. My dad still has a picture of it somewhere. He was so mad, but he had to take a picture. You're a journalist? Oh, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly! I knew you'd understand! Huh? So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio? Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. Are you brushing your hair with a toothbrush, sir? Oh god. Your hair does look like a toothbrush. Oh, gross. Can we poison him? I hope so. Who do you hate more, this guy or Shark Boy? Journalist always buys one-way ticket, never looks back, end quote. I can understand the philosophy, but... You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. Him 100%. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly! See? It's the same thing. What is... Oh, something primal is telling me to hurt him, right? How is he not the victim in this case? Face movement like a bird. Oh, and his eyes, he's just whole. Ugh. So you went to do a story on Drew Mission, and he'd never had a story done about him before? That's right! Look, let me state one thing for the record here. What? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place? Well, yes. Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. See, there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's gonna tell me where you got it? At the supermarket, maybe? Exactly! See, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, he is truly, genuinely annoying person. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers, end quote. Right. Guess we'll leave, then. Oh, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. He looks like a Mr. Mind Kachinka. I'm manifesting in his downfall a desire to attack. It's an ace attorney game, he could still end up dead. A calming thought, so true. God, even Imp doesn't like him, then you know he's awful. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with absolutely amazing ketchup when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery, end quote, I believe it was. We have never been so united in our hatred yet. I'm usually a chill person, but this guy is just creepy. You're absolutely correct, Imp. An oil painting? Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. Painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach? Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers, end quote. So, this one, huh? Alright, let me go on the record here. Yes? Did you see his nose? What? What was wrong with his nose? This dude is too human to be a monster and too monster to be a human. I know what you're going to say. Brasho, take this for a brilliant column, end quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing, and that's food. I'll try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Did you get a screenshot, Thrash? Do I have anything else to talk about with you? Not really. Okay, no, that's not it. I can't even describe what his nose did. There's no human equivalent. I'm sure we'll see it again. Unfortunately. Okay. Oh, shoot. I accidentally clicked it again. No! Set me free! How about this? Nope. Jen, no, I'm sorry. Alright, let's just get out of here. There's something nasty about this man. Don't ask more questions than necessary. He clearly doesn't want to tell us anything. October 7th, Drew's studio. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with that I know something but I'm not telling you face that you've got going on, Emma? So, the painting? Emma, about this painting. Dude was built like a cryptid. Yeah. And usually you think that like Rotary would like that kind of type, but in this case, nah. Emma's pouty face in Thor was very cute. Oh, that's quite good, isn't it? Too bad usually when she's making it, she's not being very helpful to us. Or she's complaining about Clavier. I'll take that. Hello, Shabab. Well, that's quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had good reason. But without that, sorry. I guess she wants to do a little footwork on our own first. What do you mean? How about this one? This painting came from behind that dresser? Ah, yes. So? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. That's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. A forger? Oh. When he shows up, there's just an RPG pop-up. Everyone hated that. Yep. So, what exactly is a forger? Yeah, from like Spy X Family. Exactly. Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies. So precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. That was a thing you figured out earlier? But why would he paint over an already existing painting to forge it? Why wouldn't he just take a fresh, blank one? Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? Oh, you want to see what was under the other painting? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of the mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True. That would be interesting and maybe valuable for our case. We should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick? Oh, fine. Just this once, though. Let's check it out. This one, please. Okay. Man, it's almost like I'm drawing these masterpieces myself. Underneath is just a painting of the journalist. Oh god, why? Oh! Okay, let's print this out. Is that a guitarist on fire? What the heck? Wow, he really blows! The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. If Choices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of a chart of charcoal between paint and canvas, so you could tell if there had been a rough sketch. But not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Mission was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Try this one. Cards. Are the rough sketches all of our past cases? So the cards and Clavier's case. Huh. You like the minigame? It's okay. It's alright. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. But why? Conspiracy afoot. So this will be what? What was our second case again? Oh right, the stand. Yep. What the heck? What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. Are you sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Juicy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? Now you're both white as sheets. What is going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club? The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Gaviners concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things and why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break! Does that even seem remotely possible to you? What the heck? I'd never even heard of any Drew Misham before. The artist is their biggest fan, huh? I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham and what did he have to do with me? Huh. To be continued. plus the letter from 7 years ago? October 8th, 9:48 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Yeah, you're right, Watt. But some of them will be more clown-like than others. Good morning! So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy right. That's right with a W. Not right, okay? Right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please? Good morning. She speaks? Oh, not bad, not bad. But I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know, girl. You're so pretty. No! You're so pretty. You should smile more. You need to sell yourself. You're not Trucy, right? Shut up. Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Oh, okay. Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Oh, really? This game has a lot of cases about artists. Does it? In this particular one, or you mean in the series? Girls. The victim Drew Misham was a forger, and the stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really, and maybe one that led to his death. October 8th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Oh, there you are, Cloud. What's up? Well, we will now, begin the, trial of... Are you alright, Judgy? The Vera Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. Third case where... Oh, musicians and painters. Right. Goon Cave, thank you for the follow. Welcome. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time. Did you miss the clown? No, it's no clown yet. Maybe this isn't a clown case. And may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is the test of the jury system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission. The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. Oh, they're not here? The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists, judge well and judge cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that! Oh, my apologies, Herr Judge. Jurists, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. Oh, so he's just nervous because he's on camera. The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is a painter, Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. Why are the jury being protected today? I don't know. You'd be the worst jurist. Yeah, they'll be like, hey, do you think you can do this impartially? No, I can't. a jury system in Japanifornia. Nice knowing you, Vera. I mean, to be fair, a jury would have really saved our butts last trial. Objection! There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. I would, Your Honor, but look at how pretty the accused is, right? The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Okay. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning. Where's my mouse? A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 mg. Milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness. Oh, God. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. Oh, no. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. Couldn't you have found another witness? A journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Oh, God. Alright, I see the nose thing.
Ah, alright. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Brushel. My job is a lone observer of the world.
In other words, a freelance journalist, right?
Ahem! If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to state something for the record.
Yes, Mr. Brushel?
I dislike conclusions, specifically the act of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make a park a sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote.
But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday.
Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand for you today as a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel. End quote.
Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Oh, shut up. Okay. The journalist's story.
I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room beside her the whole time.
That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. Whoa, what are you saying? Judge! Ahem. Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. We won. Claudia messed up. No way the jury's gonna agree with a single thing this guy's saying. Right? They're totally gonna announce him guilty for the simple matter of fact of his personality. You didn't do it, did you? Me doing a thing like that? Come on! It's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know. Wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. That's because he thinks that he's finally gonna win a case, but you're not. That you saw, right? Oh yeah, he did it before too. I'm so happy for him. I'm not. Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please. There's a lot of things that every single one of us in this room would get thrown out for in a real court. The journalist's story. Your Honor, the jury has come to a decision. We don't believe the accused is guilty, but we still want him in prison. Yep. He visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier journalistic history and made. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started, and you know what happened next? Star falls. End quote. No one else entered the room beside her the whole time. He sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. There's only one moment we need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Misham died? Exactly. There has to be something there. Just forge all evidence to point to him. Do us a favor. Okay. Brought you the coffee. Death by actual quinine poisoning. Estimated time death 9 to 9:30. Okay. He's definitely guilty of something. I will be so incredibly disappointed if this man is not the murderer. Would you mind being a little more specific?
Ooh wee, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait,
That's not what I meant. I believe I know what Hair Forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that's what I was going to say, really.
well now, if you've got a question to ask, you'd buzz straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits several times if necessary. Right for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, mind you.
Who touched the coffee?
Dunno. I was in the back, looking at the studio's equipment when she served it.
And what happens next? You know, happening star falls, end quote. What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over.
Zowie! You don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away, a star falls. Get it?
But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter?
Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff! How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. I know. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point, I like it.
I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. The moment of death, Threshold's coffee or the star's coffee? What's the difference? You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too? But did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course! He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world.
Yet?
I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, it drinks, end quote.
They just flicker out like a candle. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. Virulent. His toothbrush. Disgusting. Nasty. My stomach did a so-called somersault since I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it.
Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record?
Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? Sure. Hello, Paparella. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over.
Oh, yes. You can go to the press with that one.
You feel uncomfortable? Oh, why? Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the witness will add this to his testimony.
Vital, right.
Hello, Lalo.
He had one sip of that. The next moment, he was on the floor.
I mean, do I just present the coffee mug here? I don't know. So he either took a sip or he didn't and then fell over.
Oh yes, indubitably. Indubitably. Just like that. Wham bam!
So Mr. Misham drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Brushel's telling the truth too. Should I get him to talk about something else? His coffee. About when Mr. Misham passed away?
Oh boy, what a scene that was! He put his coffee mug down with a crash, right?
With a crash? Yes, and then? But it wasn't his coffee mug just on the table?
Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go.
I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that a little more simply?
Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say, artist seizure his final performance, end quote.
Atropine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow. The limbs tremble. That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight.
Oh yeah? Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details.
For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atropine, My Love, by the Gaffners, available at all major music outlets. The point here is that the victim died of atropine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? So important! As an accountant of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. Just keep doing it. Just keep going. Hello, Kitsubin. Very well. The court requests the witness to add this account to his testimony.
Those spasms, that was definitely death by poison.
I mean, it was. Press it again. You say it was definitely death by poison? How can you be so sure?
Hey, well look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things, and I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye, end quote.
Food poisoning does not count. Should I again talk about something else? Talk about your coffee, please? I don't know. Kitsubin, thank you for the sub. Happy fishing. Enjoy the emotes. So, you drank the coffee that Vera served you too?
Of course. When someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what he meant by it though. Hey, nice koi.
But you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die.
Of course not! No point falling before you're a star, end quote.
That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee.
Oh yes, yes! There were 2 cups on the tray she brought, and one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side.
No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess. Right. Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important? Yeah, go for it. We're talking about the coffee the witness drank. I'd say that's important. Very well, please add it to your testimony, Mr. Brushel. Okay, so I guess it must be the victim's coffee. I drink the coffee too, but I'm not dead yet. Are you sure about that? You're sure you drank the coffee?
Oh, yes, quite. I gulped it down, felt that sweet scorch in my throat.
Is he sure he's not dead yet? He looks like a 3-week-old corpse. Yeah, I mean, his skin is turning blue. The defendant saw your face before she made that coffee. There's no way she wouldn't have poisoned you as well when she had the chance. True, that is a great point, and I really wish we could say it. But you say the victim took one sip and fell over. And you still kept drinking?
Of course, drink your coffee when it's hot, never when it's not. That's what my old boss used to always say. Never really knew what he meant by it.
Okay. Let's just do this one. This is the most relevant one. Trick. Very important. His lips? I don't think he has any of those. And it's your testimony. Your nose is doing that thing again. He had one sip, if that. The next moment, he was on the floor. Let's just try it. After this, we're gonna take a quick break. Give me a few minutes. Whether it works or not. Take that! Ejection? Oh, thank God. Woo! Okay. Oh, he's gonna talk about the 15 minutes. Thank God. Alright, good. Alright, hold on. Give me a few minutes. BRB! I'll turn on the fishing. I forgot to unmute myself. Hello, I have a croissant. I'll wait out the ad. Welcome back. Thank you. Take one more bite. Hello, Moose. Michi, thank you for the comfort trail. Alright, now we're ready. What? Okay, hold on. My phone's dying. 1 second. We are not ready. Let me just plug it in. Hey. Okay. Now we are ready. You know what I have a problem with? A particular problem of the poison used, atroquinine. Oh? Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon indigestion. Ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow-acting. Slow-acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. Death by indigestion. I said it, that's right. I stand by it. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for the adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time to enjoy his last cup of joe. You never know, indigestion could kill somebody. Order! What is the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record?
Slow-acting. S-L-O-W-A-C-T. It was virulent, alright. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist.
He's working on his scoop. It's Brushel. Yeah? Herr Brushel, let's take a trip back down memory lane.
Huh?
Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Get over. This is vital.
You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote.
I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say Auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. Auf Wiedersehen. God dang it. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article.
Come again?
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye.
Scoop?
Scoop? Why are you sticking your tongue out? Ew, what are you...
Look, wait. Just wait a second. Just 1 second.
We're waiting out with it.
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. Are you reading the witness right now? A revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote.
Eternally, utterly confused, end quote.
Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I'd heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see?
But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? The professional yapper, yep.
You bet I am! The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say.
Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
Order, order, order. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. Hello, Fluffernuff. That Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank.
Of course I'm standing by my testimony and my dream of exclusive rights to this story.
Ugh. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Oh, Feeny? Him? Phoenix Wright, who else? Doing ahead, Russell. Report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the jurist system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. He said Aktung. Is that how you pronounce it? I wasn't sure. It means attention, right? You will testify to the court about what you noticed. Yes? Okay, okay. My German is really, really bad. You said it perfectly? Oh, heck yeah. When I arrived at the... Sorry, excuse me.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note?
Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote.
Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview?
Oh.
Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. God, no I don't. We already have the letter. When you arrived at the studio, he was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it. What if he was writing a suicide note? Do you think Mr. Misham was writing a suicide note? If he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy. Hello, Ed. It kind of makes me wonder about that letter. Yeah, what could it be? Save. What? But I have the letter! God damn it. It does? I don't see anything contradictory.
You sure about that?
It's not fair! Alright. He was at his desk. So, he put the letter away when he saw you?
Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in!
Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really?
Mr. Misham sure seems to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow
Envelope as soon as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. A yellow envelope. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. Go for it. Yellow? The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony then.
Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge.
Yellow? It was left at the crime scene. What you talking about? This is just the autopsy report. And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with a letter?
Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw.
Apollo, you think this might be a big break? Yeah. What I need is to show some decisive evidence right now. This Yellow envelope? That's not yellow. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What? What the heck? Prosecutor Gavin. Yes. Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But her forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already. 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Bushel? Oh, that was his tie? Oh, dear God. Well, I can explain that. Drew, right? You wanted to get a letter in that envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That I hate him? He's really annoying. The things he say don't actually make sense. That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. Why is it impossible? Why would it be impossible? I'm gonna go with it's impossible just cause. So much. Is this our worst witness yet? We've had horrible witnesses in the past. Hello, Ray. I'm gonna say it's impossible just cause. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression, so full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. Different case, new case today. None are as immediately upsetting as him. Yeah. Just based on like design and personality alone. At least he hasn't said anything about panties. That's true. The other guy was annoying, but this guy is just... You just see him and you just immediately want him dead. But... Oh, you don't know about the contents of the envelope, Cloud? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh? Why would he address the letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself? Oh, I've been scooped! Oh, I see now what he's doing with his tie. That's... Order! Mr. Bushel, can you explain this to the court? Oh my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, end quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Bushel. Well, that's the thing, see. After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yeah, it's a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. A stamp? Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why, yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope and he put it in that box. Well, apparently, this yellow letter has nothing to do with this case. Oh, how I wish it did. Is Brushel a clown? Yeah. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter falls, end quote. Ahem, as I was saying, this has nothing to do with the case. That said, yes, Your Honor, it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. Mr. Drew Mission, I deposited the $100,000 in the account, signed the papers, and sent in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? So, am I finished? Here, I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking of, you know, going home to start writing. No? I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face.
Oh, come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else, end quote.
Even I noticed something and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination, end quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. Okay. There's this weight I feel down in the pits of my stomach, and it's telling me to do horrific things to this man. Well, I guess that's how murder begins, huh?
Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
Every animation is worse than the last. You mean you don't like the sight of him trying to strangle himself with his tie? So you threatened to go to the press with this story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail?
Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not.
Is something wrong, Mr. Brushel?
Look! This is my story. My tidbit journalist info is livelihood, end quote.
I see. Thanks, Ty. I'm glad it can sound as annoying as he looks.
Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to the press while I'm going to waste.
I thought the nose would be the worst and the tie. Now him licking his toothbrush and wiping his glasses. And surely it'll only get worse. The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Okay, the thing that he does, huh? Where leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. Certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Whose talent was without compare. That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth. You don't want to know his talent? You don't want to see him up close and personal? It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. I wonder what this story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Drew Misham out of hiding. I wonder, maybe it had something to do with Mr. Misham's art? Let's save real quick. His interview and quote concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. Let's see. Jen, please just lose this case so we can leave. What? You mean you don't wanna... You don't want him in jail? Okay, not this one. You're not sleeping tonight? Of course not. None of us are. The ring lets us detect their tells. if they're lying or hiding or unsure about something. Give it a work to get a thumbs up. In a certain case from 7 years ago, probably had something to do with it. Count compare. Yeah, his ring. Hmm. Where is it? Hmm. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. Right. Love his special mechanic. I hate it. I don't freaking know what it is. I'm not seeing his tell. Gotta be somewhere. Less annoying than the Cyclops, that's true. Hmm. Look at those big old teeth. 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 not seeing it. Alright, let's try pressing things. Maybe they'll add something, but I don't think. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to get it from the main lines. Oh shoot. Whatever. Take another look. The victim drew Misham had an aversion to reporters. Boy, I guess not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that it is. Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us? What a negative story. Exactly what sort of story was this? Oh, a little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between, end quote. I might have suggested I had a lead in this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or nothing, honest. So a suggestion was enough to get an interview? Mr. Mission must have really wanted to keep it under wraps. Dang it! Stop pressing that. It's right... It's where the press button normally is. A certain case 7 years ago? Tell us, what case? Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. But why not? That's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. Journalists reveal sources only over his dead body, end quote. So what'll it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney. He sounds pretty determined not to talk. The chance of breaking his will aren't looking good. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related? Oh, I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You're gonna pick all of them apart? Be my guest. All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones. I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Misham? Say what you will, but he was nothing welcome. You would strangle him, but you're worried he'd like it? Oh god. Don't like him one bit. Just how amazing was Mr. Misham's talent? What? Wee boy, I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star! The flow of his brushes like a great undulating river across the canvas! Artist paints the light up the studio like sun, end quote. This guy is full of wacky gestures, but that one just now was wackier than usual. He looks kinda nervous to me, Apollo. Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before here, so is this one. You're so nasty. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what. That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth. That makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. So he's talking about... Okay, so it's the last line. Where is your tell? Where is it? Where is it? It's gotta be on this line. Am I going crazy? Am I nuts? His hand isn't moving. It's gotta be something about his face. I don't know, I didn't see anything. He's looking at the eyebrows, the eyes. They don't seem to be moving. I didn't see it. Is it the way his mouth moves? Let me try comparing it to the other lines. No, it's the same. You were the most nervous here, but I don't see the tell. Where is it? Hold on, let me save. I'm gonna take one for the team. Just try it. Just freaking try it. Mr. Brushel, you're hiding something. Yuck! Don't you yell all of a sudden like that? You'll give a guy a heart attack. Oh, sorry. It's just the way you were moving just now is particularly suspicious. What's that supposed to mean? So usually I'm just sort of averagely suspicious? Sorry, my mistake. You're fine. I know I'm onto something here. Time to focus. Well, at least they didn't kill me for it. Man. I'm about to look it up. I can't find this in the last run through. Where is it? Screw it. Bobby, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we had the right line.
Gotcha!
What the heck? His freaking armpit? It's nasty. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? His armpit.
Oh! Well, yeah. Well, a man can't help his glands, you know?
It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, he suddenly began to sweat buckets.
Oh!
You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in the letter. The forgery. Really, this one will be okay. Hello, Kamo.
Oh, I can't help but wonder what the court is supposed to conclude.
It's the freaking forgery! God dang it.
Other than you made a horrible mistake, man. Burn the bridge. Forget the cross first. End quote.
Shut up. He was a forger. Why is this person carrying a toothbrush around?
Oh, it's to brush his hair, brush his teeth, and clean his glasses, Kamo.
The hidden painting? Brush his eyes too, yeah. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. Thank you for the pet dog already, Brookheiser. Thank you, sleeping right over. Oh! Got him. That is all, Your Honor. Oh, God. This little painting.
Everyone, please! Everyone, can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop!
Forgery? That's a serious crime.
Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art meaning forgery.
Drew Misham was talented, alright, talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about...
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence.
Oh.
Hello, Birch.
Oh, don't worry. I am working hard to get this man in jail. The rumor started circulating 7 years ago. See, my issue is... I don't think this dude's got a motive. How can he not be the killer? Please, please, I need him to go to jail. Good night, Moose. 7 years ago? Why is he talking about a story? He's a reporter. So, are we to understand that this letter... Can't he just go to jail for being involved? The reporter? Involved in what? He wasn't involved in the forgeries. This payment of $100,000 was for... We can still maybe get him for something else? I hope so.
Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit, end quote.
Oh. That's what they think the forged evidence in Feeney's case was. Order, order, order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. Objection! But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned the mug that night. And you, of course.
Hey, hey, hey! The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing interviews.
Stories? What was he saying? When you're writing what? Reviews. Yeah, there's always things that he is missing. Things that he probably shouldn't be missing. Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. Clavier's name means piano in German. Oh, does it? I think his name also had a second meaning in Japanese too. He doesn't speak well of your reported acumen. Wait. Oh, there we go. Reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid journalism, so solid you could stand an elephant on it, end quote. Bless you, thank you. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. We can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, this trial is over. Apollo, what's he talking about? The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects. Then the killer had to be Vera, that's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please. the interview, a recap. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted that much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug, and nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Nothing left the studio that night. No, because you were talking about a yellow envelope. A nice testimony, clear, succinct, and without room for doubt.
Aw, shucks. You really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination. Why is Jen French? Listen, I'm really bad at accents, okay? So sometimes the German sounds a little bit French and vice versa. Right. I still have one trump card left to play. You did your best, Harry, so that's okay. And I won't let this trial end until I use it. So you said it was empty, did you? Okay, defendant. Pour the coffee. Nothing left that studio after he died. So I'm not French? Sadly, no. Well, actually, don't people generally consider that a good thing? Your brain is telling you to watch Gen streams, that's right. Good night, Tilo. What do you think, Apollo? Everything he's saying seems so not flawed. Germans and French were one kingdom, so it works out perfect. Then I have an excuse. Well, that's kind of what you want from a testimony, really. I need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Drew Misham killed? Vera poured the coffee, that's not going to change. But if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find what did and prove it. What? Wait, so it's the... Shoot, so you want me to present the frame? Oh, but I wanted to present the mailbox. Because that one's obvious. Okay, where do you want me to present the frame? The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. The Vera who poured in the coffee. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. Nothing left the studio, nothing. Okay, so these two are... Let me try it. Or maybe 3? You're sure about that?
Well, to be really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof, the possibility is there. I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it yet. And possibility isn't gonna cut it, not now. Mr. Misham ingested that poison via a route other than the coffee. I can't prove it. I have the evidence. I don't think I can present it just yet. Give me a second. Not right now. It can't be proven. Wait, 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 hold on. You're gonna wait, don't hurt me though, okay? I do believe our little forehead is growing up. Pity, we like Zerash youthful forehead best. Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. But first things first, I'd better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. On my cross-examination. Okay. Yeah, just give me a second. I just need to double check. Not one thing? You're sure?
Yup, sure can be. Well, with one exception.
One exception? What?
Journalist Spark Brushel does interview, leave studio, end quote. Come on! It's a joke! Get it? Not funny, I know, but still.
Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? The letter? Can I... Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before turning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Yes, I do. The yellow envelope. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me. Their mission? Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Yeah, just a second. I can't take any more hits, man, please. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. The mailbox? Please? There we go. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox. What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Ah, but that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing.
Huh?
He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it.
I still think this fails to change anything, Hair Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. I would love to just send him to jail. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio, and you were hiding that fact from us.
Oh, yes, well, actually.
I don't argue the possibility that a letter disappeared from that studio. But Hair Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right. Oh, Mr. Mistrom was poisoned, I know, but Mr. Brushel's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have too. And what he's told us means something entirely different now, I'm starting to think. Mr. Forehead, yes, it's a very, very lovely nickname. Let's keep thinking, Apollo. A letter was put in the post from the studio. I could present the frame there, but present the frame here. Let's save first again. This is not gonna work. Hello, Lane Pop. This frame also had poison on it. Objection? No. God dang it. Yeah. Oh wait, shoot. No, I was supposed to press it. God dang it. I might die for this. I can prove it, she lied through her teeth. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. Oh no. Stop that. I hate you. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proofs, hair forehead, not possibilities. Of course, and Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. Are we? You sure? What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope.
I saw him writing a letter, I did.
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume? Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp? Ah. As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. Okay. No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age. Objection! Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead, after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait! How does that explain the atroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug? Objection! If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth, Oh. Why would they poison the freaking stamp? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Okay. Order! 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 But that doesn't... Does it? Recall, if you would. Atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. But we don't have proof that the poison was on the stamp. You have something to add, Mr. Bushel? Find the letter? We have no clue where the letter is, though. It's been mailed. Uh-oh. His nose is picking up another scent.
As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But, you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one.
Maybe he just run out? Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the time of the crime, scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one.
Huh.
That does pose a problem. So he put the envelope there without postage? How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. What are you talking about, Apollo? Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Please don't. Oh no. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of the poisoned stamp? The tiny frame? Please? He took the stamp from the frame somehow? Because the frame had the poison. Please? Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Oh, 30-second break, okay. Alright, while we wait a little bit for that, let me drink water. So let's make sure we're hydrating. Take a bite of my croissant. Ads, you missed nothing. I took a break to drink water and eat a croissant. But if that... I know it's a riveting content. 1 second. Alright. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? Because Emma hates you. The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Order, order, order! The poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin, why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it in there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see?
What, Mr. Brushel, and please stop jittering around like that.
The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too, unquote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. That's twice in one court case, Clavier. Not allowed. Oh, rich. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Gaviners song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. I disagree. Come again. Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. I prefer air guitar to drinking coffee or crushing a wine goblet. I just personally don't like air guitar. Maybe that's the thing. Only 1 guitar riff per person, that's right. The mail. Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se. You have something? Oh dear God. Okay, hold on. I don't know what you have. But things are finally starting to come together. Aw, that means the reporter didn't kill him? That's so upsetting. To be fair though, Zeke was a lot of fun. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. Someone with intent to kill. Intent to kill. Sent Mr. Misham. The envelope? The enclosed stamp within 3 days. This one. It was poisoned. You have good voices. Thank you. I try. Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. Hello, Shakib. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah!
In other words, if if I oh shoot, what was his voice again? In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison on the stamp, lick lick, end quote. How are you? Good, thank you. We finally got this case under wraps. We just don't know who killed him. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when time came, he drew his last breath. Can we send this guy to jail anyway? That's what I want. That's what I need. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Which makes our client innocent. Such a splendid imagination you have, Hair Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really? Well... It is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Hello, Bunny. Yeah, it's a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then became a murder weapon? How do you intend to prove that seeming coincidence? If we check inside the letter and the envelope for poison? Well... It was 7 years ago and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence. I see. Very well. I move to... What? It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein, Clavier. Kristoff! What the heck? Emma? Well... Like my Kristoff Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? What the heck? How dare you? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after for our line detective? Someone had to come dig you out of the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. There's a German girl? No, she was faking his accent. Care to explain yourself for our line detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right. The poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. No, like Fraulein meets girl. Oh yeah. He calls all the girls by nicknames: Fraulein Detective, Fraulein Magician, etc., etc. You can open it on authority of the court. Okay, please, it has to be here. It has to be here. It has to. There it is. Thank God. Kristoff would have called Trucy a Fraulein. I didn't think that Kristoff did the German accent thing. I don't remember him ever using one. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atropine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Mission figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead, so he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in the frame. Hold it! Oh, you're still here? Can I make a statement here on the record? He just felt like it now. He felt like committing suicide. I, Spark Razor Toothbrushel, can claim this scoop as mine. Drew Misham killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote.
Order, order, order. We're out of sprays. Oh, don't worry. I sprayed the freaking room 1,000,000 times and we were fine. I see no room for further arguments here, though I admit this is all coming quite as a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote.
Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge.
I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo? I think we just won.
Very well. This court finds the defendant... Shut up, come here for once in your freaking life. Is this the right future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago? Tickets for the Governor's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. Boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Herr Forehead's claim. What? A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. Why did he then send it anyway if he knew it was poisoned? 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed the trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why 7 years later did he use the stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot? He puts a murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? Yes? Why can't you just let it be easy? He just felt like it, yep. While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore. Huh, I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Objection! Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I'm gonna kill you. I'm going to wrap my hands around your neck and I would strike... I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. Objection! What about the atroquinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atroquinine residue. But Herr Forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but... even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all. Didn't we spray it with detection spray in the court a moment ago? Yeah, but he's saying that we don't have the stamp itself. I believe we've come to a conclusion again. Apollo, were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison trace is matched up. It can't be a coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year, Mr. Justice. Well, either way, it can't be our client. Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on the document side inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope, an envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, a fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison trail is none other than... The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison trail? The frame? The envelope? Somebody did open that envelope. And tried to reseal it. Why would they try to reseal it? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail. No. The stamp had to be in the envelope. It said the letter said that it was in the envelope. Maybe that means he didn't put it in the frame? We won't do it, so someone has to think. True mission. I mean, he's dead by the poison day, so there's... The frame? Why would someone put poison on the frame on purpose? God, please don't kill me for this. This frame is the fake clue? Without a doubt, Your Honor. Wasn't it you who presented this evidence to the court? Hold on a second, Apollo. The poison on the envelope, that frame, and the coffee mug, they're all connected somehow. Right. I can hear it already. It looks like the fake was you, Hair Forehead. We can flog ourselves later, Apollo. Now's the time for thinking. The fake clue that's turned us off the poison trail is Drew Misham? The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I don't either. I'll explain. Yeah, please do, because I won't. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That yawn, though? Yes, because I'm freaking... This case is exhausting me. It's aging me. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? Makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue, fakes, forgeries. Oh. I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake? One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake. There was a second one? Order, order, order! So you're telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Where are we going with this exactly? Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Misham was. The daughter? If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Our client? Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... Oh, God dang it. Vera... There can be only one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Order, order, order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you. I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. So he's gonna get the client jailed for forgery to avoid the murder charge. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time, so she had to have known. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well, that is too much air guitar. Fascinating. Hi, ma'am. Vera Misham. You've been paying attention to the trial so far? Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? So it was actually the daughter? As the murderer? Not necessarily. She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So the forger, Drew Misham, was you? Yes, it was me. What? What? The court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Perfect. There's no time for me to take a bite of my croissant. Shakib, thank you for the hydrate. Man, don't these people get hungry? Spending all their time in a courtroom. Wall ball? What is that? No, she doesn't have a split personality. She's just sickly and quiet. What? You think Clavier's a creep? It's a game you can play at recess. I've never heard of that one. I don't need food. I need answers. Apollo, probably. Yeah, well, he is not me. I need food. Okay, I'm hydrating now. April 8th, 1:24 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Okay. So, where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well, then who was he? Well, he was actually... doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries? Man, she was so close to being perfectly innocent.
Yes, her father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent.
Innocent and dead. No. She, I wanted her to be innocent because she's our client. The talent for making forgeries.
How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything.
Anything.
Father was so proud and I so happy.
The body was fake too. That's what I was thinking when they're talking about him being a fake. A forgery.
But in the end, I was making those
forgeries.
I've never had a good constitution or personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, father is...
Well, of course, chat's fake. You guys aren't real.
Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago.
So you were already creating your works back then?
I started when I was only 12 years old.
So the one who figured out the stamp was poison, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time already.
Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please.
Those 3 paintings in the studio.
I painted those as part of my work.
Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. You're inside my head. Wake up. Ugh, sounds parasocial.
I see. Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Father. He knew of you. Of both of you.
Your late father?
He was watching, gathering information. All about the writing law offices.
But lately we're not doing just law.
Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano.
Well, they're not really gags.
Yet when father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was.
Who was Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say that's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. It means they're gonna say, oh, she was forging, and then she killed her dad because they were gonna find out or something. Ah! No, my headphones. Alright, 1 second. Wait, is that the right one? No! Okay, yeah. My headphones fell out. No, I accidentally stepped on the cord. Is this right? Yeah. There you go. Yeah. And then this side. That's a smaller one. There we go. Now we're good. The cord is fake too. My headphones were forged October 8th, 1:36 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. Well, we're gonna need to know who the recipient was. And I'm not sure she's gonna be willing to tell us. Because nobody ever wants to tell us anything. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Mission Forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one. Yes. I painted it. Yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Well, your father is dead. Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Wow, Jen, too soon. It's a murder trial! Tell us everything you know about this envelope. The red envelope. I created things. And father sold them. Oh, good morning, Nikki. Okay. 1 second. Hey, baby. You insulted Apollo for it, now you're acting like you knew all along. I don't know. I don't know if creep is the right word. I don't know what he's done that would be creepy specifically. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than the painting. Father handled the deal. All of it. I guess maybe that one comment about the guitars, that last case, reminds you of Gary. I don't know, I never got that vibe. Like, I really dislike people who are, what do you call it? Flirts. But I don't know, Clavier always came off as harmless. He's flirted in the courtroom before. I mean, sure, yeah, but I don't know if I'd ever describe it as him as creepy. It's more, I don't know, it's more played comedic for me. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. Okay. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not such the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. Would it be okay if it were Brushel? See, the problem here isn't the person, it's how it's delivered, you know? It's like, even if two people can say the same thing and it comes off completely different ways, I personally do not... I like I said, I don't like people that are flirts. Those kind of comments really annoy me, but I've never gotten that vibe from him. This Drew Misham. Or rather, even though he says the thing, it still doesn't come off creepy to me, you know what I mean? The red envelope. I created things and father sold them. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. Okay. The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. And it makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. I guess the Gakuten team were really paying attention to trends on DeviantArt and Pixiv back then. This screams current 08 issue. What, didn't the game come out in 07? His frequent insults that nobody calls him out on. I don't know, maybe for me, besides that, he's the kindest prosecutor that we've gone against so far, you know? Nobody helps us the way that Clavier helps us. At least not as often, you know? That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo. We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. He invited you to a concert also? I mean, that's whatever, but I mean, in general, it feels like the prosecutors are our opponent, but I mean, usually with Clavier, it's you know, he also just wants to find the truth, you know? He's more willing to help us than all the other prosecutors that we've met so far have been. And the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope may very well have been what killed your father. Alright. By other than the painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. The father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup. She could copy letters? Or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter, like faking evidence. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the 100,000 promised in this letter was the start? The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham? A new industry? The creation of items used to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. So, you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. Thank you for hair talk. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp? This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. What do you mean, you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atropine. A moment, forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fräulein Vera, why did you receive the stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Oh, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So you didn't know about the poison? Huh, I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this little commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes. We saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Mission wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Mission. You did the work and he supplied the face. So you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind to continue your testimony, Fräulein. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Magicians, huh? Magicians? I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Now where have I heard that before? Don't be silly, Apollo. The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo! We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. What's the goal now? We're trying to figure out... I mean, well, generally speaking, we're trying to figure out the truth. But if we can find out who it was she sent it to, that'd be great. She doesn't get sent to jail? No, I think she could still get sent to jail. Oh, but yes, that's the goal. The goal is that we find our client innocent. Yes, not guilty. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. Okay. See the stamp that was in that envelope. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Your favorite magicians. Can I just present the ticket? Hey, there we go. Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Apollo? They're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat true gramarye. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? What's wrong? Prosecutor Gavin? Gramarye? What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No! Answer the question, now! Eek! Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Don't scare her. I mean, this is a matter of that trial that lost Feeny his badge. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. And he's the one that lost him his badge. But I must know, please, Miss Misham. Tell me. There was a book. A single page in a book. A book. Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. Oh? No! I don't... No! But wasn't that the whole point of the case? That evidence was forged? And that's why he lost his... What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Misham, this book... Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? Objection! Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing? Sullied... Who? Phoenix Wright, who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? Now he's on it now too. Of course! It lost Feeny his badge! We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about... It was Kristoff, wasn't it? Oh my god, that's why she keeps staring at him. I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book. The diary. Who was it? Vera? Frick. God dang it. The devil. What? It was freaking Kristoff. God dang it. Defendant Vera Misham. Condition unconscious. Oh, she's not dead? Examiner's diagnosis. Acute atroclinium poisoning. God damn it. This ends the recording for the trial of the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. Oh, she's alive?! She's currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Hey, Feeny! In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go. To find the whole truth. Oh? Is that our case? The trial 7 years ago? Oh. So Kristoff was the one who forged the evidence? Dang. That was a short trial. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I've found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Are we gonna play as Feeny again? Oh my goodness. April 19th, 9:27 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Okay, let me go grab Nikki again. Whew. Okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Previous attorney? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. Yeah, you think? Are we ever, though? I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me.
Ooh, morning, Daddy.
Ah, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I'm fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks! My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh, old boy!
Oh, me? Look what he started.
Here.
It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell, Magnifique Grammary. What's this? Is this the diary page?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. She's very cute, yes. My client is Shady Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Grammary. A wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Grammary. His mentor, Magnifique Grammary, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. And Zach Grammary is the suspect. April 19th, 10 a.m. District Court, Courtroom Number 7. Ah, Clav, thank God you grew out your hair. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Aw, Phoebe, it feels like it's been way too long. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? When is the worst? This is a trial, y'all! Where is the sweaty palms, the pounding of hearts? A Japanese concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, y'all. Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavins? Figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. Aww, all these little animations. Oh, so nostalgic. Didn't the man who tried to trap Wright have a similar name in the first case? Yeah, they're brothers. Clavier is Christoph's brother. Okay, ad break is almost over. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years is Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Hey, attorney, right? Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case? Octung, baby. Time to call the opening act. What was his name again? Oh, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Gummy! Hit it. Oh, Gummy, it's been so long! Where are you these days, bud? Sunday Sing Phoenix back in action, yup. And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. The day I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? Yeah? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony? Hey, detective. This is my stage. Kenzie antics. Huh? All this hey youing and such. And I could care less about your history together.
What?
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. I've been 6 days back in a room at the general hospital. Wow! You mean it's been 6 whole days since the trial, since the murder? You mean you gave them more than a day to prepare? Maybe he felt guilt when Wright was disbarred? Who, Clavier? I mean, if he genuinely thought that Wright forged evidence, I don't see why he'd feel guilty necessarily. Oh, Gumshoe? Oh! Maybe, but I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't have changed his profession over it. I've been 6 days ago in a room at the general hospital. Facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in the hospital bed. Killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam! Lights out. Okay. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Ah, yes, a great musician. He retired years ago, though. Say his name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troupe Gramarye has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been not in the hospital for the last year. I don't think he quit, but like became a pencil pusher. Maybe. It would be nice to see him again, though. Come on, Gummy. What was it? A mall ignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think? Yeah. A malignant tutor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer, at least only less than 10 swift minutes to wait. To all those who have supported me in my life work, I give thanks. Farewell. And that's the last page in his diary? Well, forged. The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. Why is Phoenix here? This is a flashback case from 7 years ago. The case that lost him his attorney's badge. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Used for administering insulin shots, has been washed and shows no signs of use. Okay. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why'd the clown get shot up too? Had it coming. No, we haven't seen the clown yet. Why'd the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting? Yes, sir. Alright. Oh, the clown doll? Oh, I didn't see. Well, I mean, I kind of vaguely saw, but I didn't realize it was... Surely it wasn't shot, right? Maybe it just slumped over? Was it really? Have to see again. The circumstances. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Oh yeah, you're right. Huh. Interesting. The victim did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student Zach. To you, I entrust. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Let me look at it. Magnifi's letter added to the court record. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifi Grammary. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing, his little hand thing. Elfina, I missed you. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, Herr Attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half hour starting at 11, the victim, Magnifi Grammary, was given an IV. An IV? There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. Hello, Mujina. At 11 o'clock, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Well, but then he'd probably have to... Then we'd kind of know why he'd want him dead. The circumstances... The victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Oh, hey, I wonder if Maya's around. Do we have an assistant today? The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. I mean, it sounds like not. Fired from the pistol. No doubt about it. It belonged to the old man. I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Is the handwriting of the two letters the same? Let's see. Face clock will be longer. It's the 10 minutes to wait. Give thanks. Farewell. Yeah, looks the same. It's a different font. The T's are... Is it? I don't know, the T's and the L's are written the same way. Maybe the G looks a little different in the signature. Maybe? It's Times New Roman. Oh my god, his handwriting is in Times New Roman. That's crazy. Victim ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Then Diva was asked him and shot the old man in the forehead. Belonging to the old man. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. Good morning, Mr. Kanungus. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead, after all, just as he commanded. Hello, Knight. What's this case about? This is the case that lost Phoenix Wright his attorney's badge for forging evidence. So far, the case is that a man was shot under orders. Under his own orders. And the guy that shot him was supposedly our client. Just as he commanded. Could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine, I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. And this letter was sent by the victim? There it is! Gotcha! You're all mine this time, pal. Huh? I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. Good job, Gummy. You did good. Oh, I see. Score 1 for the boys! I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed? But a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective. First, we got this letter. It says, shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, Detective? We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Why is he so angry? I don't think he's angry. He just wants to win this time, because he always loses. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes? Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. I have no idea, Bunny. Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. But, and you can prove that with this photo. Oh god. Words reading. I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Take that! The clown doll? Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead too. Oh! There's a hole in his forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. But somebody had to have committed the murder, though. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Objection! Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead, as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown's doll forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. Oh, sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Okay. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if you shot the clown? You still shot the victim, pal. Can't they check the caliber? Probably. I mean, clearly they didn't check before, so that's why they're investigating it now. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? No. Look at your hair, buddy. Well, not that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system. Shall we continue with his testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. To my beloved student, I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. What's wrong with the hair? What's wrong with Phoenix Wright's hair? Nobody in their right mind should have hair like that. That's what. That's why he picked Apollo as his successor. Because Apollo also has insane hair. He still shot the victim. Loss of blood from bullet wound. Give thanks. How dare you, imp. 3 months to live. Chronic diabetes. Regular insulin. I always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Shudder. Wait. If Magnifi used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. That's true. He still shot the victim. So why was it washed? Cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Oh, shoot, we already read that part. I'm stalling for time. He was shot in the forehead after all. Could be a setup. Not be in such a hurry. A few days before it happened, Ethan Leonard ordering his own murder, shot him in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol at the scene, no doubt about it. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? It's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from his gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match. So you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. Definitely belonged to him. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, not a bad summary. Kind of ordered to do him in. And then he just murdered. No doubt about it. You think you got it, Eagle? Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your brain been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valen's quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valen stand on either side of a girl. Right. Oh! I figured that this was her after that she became a magician later, but no. No, this is Lamrar before she lost her memory. Oh. Huh. Then they shoot, but the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on the stage. This is one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Grammary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. Adam, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. Okay, I was just gonna ask. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. One round? By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. I mean, they could have brought a second one, I guess. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? I mean, they could have brought a second bullet and just reloaded it. Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. How many stab wounds? 28! Hope you got good sleep, Ichi. We might say that the lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint of its own. Aha, intriguing point well made. It's still not a fingerprint. Javier Gavin. Whoa. Not well made. Not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Okay. Fires 1 real bullet. Barrel marks match bullet found in the victim. No fingerprints found. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. Okay. Can I see it? Boop. If you look closely, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. So this is the famous gram reloading gun. Wait, like it can really only do one shot? They say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets too. Aren't the cases so fascinating? They're just so intriguing, and I love being proven right. Except this one we all know is going to end horribly. It's a flintlock. It's old. I see. Imagine using a flint pistol. Well, I mean, it's for the stage, so I think they just wanted something flashy looking, you know? Okay. Objection! Objection! There we go. The trickiest cases can often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he won an... Objection! Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. The pistol only holds 1 bullet at a time. Ah. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Yarg! That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Objection! Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had the feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this part is just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. Oh, what's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, head detective was just the warm-up act.
Wait.
Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramery who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Communication with our client? You must be joking, Feeny. Okay. Huh? Huh? What? You're not telling me that was the end. What? Oh, did I accidentally not continue? I'm so sorry. Keep going. There we go. That's it! Cliffhanger! April 19th, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually.
I tricked you guys. I did that on purpose.
I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself. I don't think it is better. I think that you should communicate with your attorneys. I was thinking of you, you know. we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? We fixed the timeline. Phoenix never lost his badge. Haha, if only. I did it. You've seen the problem yourself. The letter. The one shot in the forehead one, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say, for now at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly, but this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure looks taking his time to get to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes. The one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valant. Oh, for the Zack and Valant's quick draw thing? My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot that clown. I took the pistol I'd fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you'll find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes. Well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor. His eyes opened. What? Magnifi Grammary? The old devil. He wasn't asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. That Grammary, he seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. I wasn't here for the investigation, so I'm choosing to believe that the clown that got shot was a real person and everyone just hated him so much they don't care he got shot. Yes, that's right. Right, let's get back in there. April 19th, 11:37 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Didn't he keep the gun? How did they have it? They have a gun. They have one gun. The gun that was used to kill the victim is not the gun that he used. Because there was the second gun. So maybe they only have that second gun. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? And they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. being the other half of Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent Grammary. So, we get to meet the great Magnifie's other disciple. Hello, sir. Wow, you aged a lot in 7 years, didn't you? Perhaps you'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grammary, magician. Oh, and you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Proceeds to confess to murder. That would make things so much easier for me. Alas, we know from our knowledge of the future that he has walked free. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? Of course, it's a video game. I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Zack Grammary received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order, order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. To my beloved student Valent, to you I entrust the task of lowering my lunch card. Come on the 13th at 11:20 p.m. And everything else is the same. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. And you were only there for 5 to 10 minutes. Or, I mean, our client. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your Troop Grammary up to? By which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. No, he said they were talking for 5 to 10 minutes. If he got there at 11:05 and they were talking, then he still would have left at, you know, like 11:15ish. Both of them, no less. Uh-oh, Jen, they have a witness. It's over. They have witnesses in every case, and still I come out on top. It's just my opinion, Herr Judge. But from these letters, I would say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain. A warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with this testimony for starters. The defendant, Zack Grammary, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses sing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. They have a witness, but we have one key piece of evidence, a gun with which we can use to shoot the witness. You're so right. However, it would make Trucy sad, and we can't do that. Yes, and now it's time to get this party riled up. Okay. The night of the crime. Man, does Trucy not know the details of this case? Because she is still on good terms with Valent, who is accusing her dad of murder. Why'd he know exactly 10 minutes? Well, we don't know what the context is for it just yet. Well, I mean, in theory, if they had finished the meeting at at 11:10ish or so, if they only spoke for 5 minutes, then he would have had time to write that last diary entry before his next appointment came at 11:20, so he would know that it'd be 10 minutes.
Hello, communist. How much would it take to get me to read Homestuck on stream? Oh, only $1 million, that's all.
What is what? What is Homestuck? Don't worry about it. At night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I had not imagined my fellow students might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. The sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime? Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Why are they both lying? Because it's an ace attorney case, everybody has to be lying. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gramery, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Gramery, then the killer was you, Valent. No, Homestuck is not a Toby Fox game. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. So you walked free. Isn't Feeney on decent terms with this guy? At night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. You gave to the clown. Okay, why? There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubts my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed the murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I can turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask something else concerning the crime scene, namely the bullet in the pistol, the location of the pistol, or the number of pistols? The number? How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valent quick draw shoot'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. Where does Mustache go? This is 7 years ago. Didn't have it yet. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? That he took it. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took it, placed it in my pocket. Yeah, we're doing the trial that cost Feeney his attorney's badge. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So, you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, Alakazine, Alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? Yep. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. Alright, well that technically adds up, doesn't it? So you took the only pistol there and fired it? That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene. Good show. I see you too are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? Thank you for the posture check. I see the fire in your eyes. You glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me. Is this a case in the case? I assume you didn't solve the poisoning yet? Technically we haven't fully solved the poisoning, but our client was poisoned on trial, so case is kinda sort of mostly over for that for now. We don't know who poisoned them. The client is going to jail? Not really, actually. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else. The bullet in the pistol, location of the pistol. What happened with the freak? Sadly, he didn't commit the murder. Javier looked even edgier back then. Yeah, right? Look at those glasses. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet? Right? Why couldn't they have poisoned him too, you know? Well, the question seemed useful. Yeah, but I'm gonna ask anyway, just in case. Where was the bullet? I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. A magician is always prepared, you see. Prepared for... One never knows when the miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket and a white rabbit up each sleeve. Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here. Is this bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important? Yeah, sure, why not? Without a loaded bullet, we wouldn't have a murder. It's very important, Your Honor. Very well, please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Pistol was already loaded. I merely had to pull the trigger. If the pistol was already loaded, something doesn't make sense. Why weren't the victim's fingerprints on it? You should know that we of the Troop Gramarye are capable of many things, none of these being the levitation of iron balls without touching them. There's no magic involved here. The shooter was just methodical, that's all. He simply wiped everything of fingerprints. Can't really do much with fingerprints that weren't there. Maybe I should ask about something else. I'm gonna ask this anyway, but it's gotta be the number of pistols. Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room? Atop a small bedside table it was. As if to say, here I am, take me into your hand, pull my trigger, shoot him. Sorry, wrong voice. The victim clearly wanted to be shot. But why? Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang. Yet we will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess. I mean, or ask them, but they don't want to tell us. The location is important. Yeah, sure, why not? Without a murder weapon, there would be no murder. It's very important, Your Honor. Okay, let's change it to the other one. Even 7 years ago, everyone was mocking Clavier's voice. Oh yeah, I mean, like, Feeny was actually making fun of it earlier. A little bit. Why did you do that? I would think calling the police would come first. Then you know nothing of the relationship between the master and his disciple. If your master says die, you die. Do you understand? So, you're going to die? Certainly not. God dang it. Certainly not. It was but an example. In any case, I wanted to fulfill my obligation, a final courtesy to a great mentor, perhaps. Or perhaps not. Perhaps I'm totally confused. Okay. Number of pistols. You said that there was 1 pistol. And no intention of shooting your mentor. Only 1 pistol is visible in the crime scene. So you picked up that pistol and fired it. Indeed, I did. Yeah, sure. Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. And as soon as they decipher the rifling marks, we'll be able to know which bullet came from which gun, right? For those disappointed by the report and not going to prison, thanks, Birch. His day will come. Maybe it's the wrong... Maybe his gun was the one that killed him? That'd be too easy, though. Objection! According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room... Oopsie. There were 2 pistols on that table. 2! One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullets taken from the victim's skull and the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match. Ah. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order, order, order! Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols are crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proves the type of gun that fired them. Objection! Why am I still up? It's only been 5.5 hours and it's only 5 in the morning. Sometimes we go to like 6 a.m., you know? I have to know. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now quite sincerely, I might add. He does look like a Tekken character like this. He looks so silly. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning! I am so young. Shut up. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valent Gramery? Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness. Time to charge Clavier with falsifying evidence. I mean, he didn't falsify any evidence. He just didn't know there was a second gun. So who are you defending here? I am defending, Trucy's dad. But you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. You'll see in time. The testimony so far has been merely a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, how right the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. He's young, it happens. Listen, I love Clavier, but I also love beating him. Help us determine who shot what. So disappointing that we know how this trial ends. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. So when does this trial result in a DNA check that exposes Phoenix as Trucy's dad? No. Well, I mean, if that was the case, Mr. Knuggus, then that means that, Phoenix committed an smart because Trucy already has a dad, and presumably after his dad disappears, as they said, when he's found guilty of murder, she's got nobody left to live with. I thought we were time traveling. Wait, we can't change this trial? No, we're not time traveling. This is just a flashback. Phoenix kidnapped her, maybe. Then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Head Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years of Hard Time for Love. Shut up, Clive. Cue to the song, press the play button and it will play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. What a ripoff. As we know, Phoenix has a bad habit of raising orphan girls. Yep. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. If Kristoff is the one that poisoned our client, and that's why she recognized... Or sorry, if Kristoff is the one that bought the that bought the fake evidence, or hired it, clearly he must have some kind of associate who's not in jail, considering that he is in jail. You believe Clavier? Yeah? Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense remains from its customary broad, sweeping accusations. Lest we blur the focus of this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in the penalty. Why are you always doing this to me, Clavier? Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, right. I arrived in the hospital at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. Discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation and called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. No, he wasn't. His estimated time of death is 11:10 to 11:30. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. To be fair, we can't trust that particular page because it's falsified evidence. It's a forgery. Or, not necessarily forgery, but it's fake. An alibi over a matter of minutes. Precise is right. And pressing with impunity will earn me a nice penalty too. Better focus on one thing. The time of death. It is? Yeah. That's the reason that Phoenix lost his badge. We got that paper, that piece of paper from Trucy, who got it from some guy. And we know that that diary is what costs us his attorney's badge, because it was falsified evidence. So we can't trust it. I mean, Phoenix doesn't know that, but for the sake of the truth of what's going on. Oh, ad break. 11:10 to 11:30. Alright, let me take another bite. And as soon as the time counts down. Objection! What? You're Your Honor, that statement— What? Are you freaking kidding me? Of course it does! It's supposed to be 11... Doesn't that mean we're bound to use it? Oh, yeah. Try to think before you make... Are you freaking kidding me? Okay, let's press it first. Whatever. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb here to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true, and we did! That's what the autopsy said! I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Okay. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim Magnifi Grammary's schedule. Every night at 11 o'clock, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Oh. The needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. Once the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Oh. You could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. That is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. And so it was. When I, Valence, entered that room, 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Did that seem important? It's always important. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Small syringe. 30 minutes required to administer full IV. From the amount remaining, IV stops 10 minutes after the administration began. 10 minutes. And then 10 minutes was in the diary entry too. Did you notice the IV yourself, by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me, next the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Luckily for you, if that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed. Even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valence won their first Magicians Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy a bust. Oh, what a day it was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I think 'twas cute, especially for me, Valent. Where did his beard go? This is a flashback. Your lucky color is... that does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Your lucky color is green, not yellow? Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? Writes back, yeah, this was his case 7 years ago. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us? The IV bag? It's green, not yellow? Please? The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene? All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Herr Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure. And I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? The color of the IV bag. Take that. Valent Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky colors. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt, tell us what your elderly eyes spy. Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag. Huh. What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alec, no! Aw, the bunnies! Order! What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can only mean one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. What do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow, but I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. The yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like, I want to say light blue? Precisely. Yuki, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Figured it out yet? But why does he know what color the liquid is? Put a yellow liquid in the blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it. Objection! As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? No, look at that! Gee! Down. Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. It's not for me to explain. Here is the Trinity, right? Oh, the music. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid. So I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because it looked yellow. He knew the IV liquid's color. He'd seen it before. Because he saw it? From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag that we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in the clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not quite clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know as if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV's liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, y'all. Objection! The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there is a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Ooh, wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight, right? Is this guy a rando they picked up to listen to two dudes yelling objection? Yeah. That's generally how it is. The judge is kind of just there. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. No, wait. I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? Objection! I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? I have an idea. He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valiant Grammary, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in the life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was the victim's syringe. Oopsie. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. Objection! And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Balance Grammary? As you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam! I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. This Pokemon, yeah. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, just a big dumb baby, yup. Amateur. The time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Court is adjourned. Oh, God. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you in a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yeah, that's quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim Magnifi Grammary's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. No, not the stupid diary. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait. That book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night. Even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Oh no. Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. The journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left of mine. This does appear to have been written just before his death. All that's left of mine is to lay down this pen. The court accepts this into evidence. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gramarye. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all, but look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on! Magnifi Gramarye intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramarye didn't pull the trigger. But you can see that a page was torn out. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on, it ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramarye. Clavier Gavin, come on, you can see that the page was torn out. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifi Gramarye wrote this? There is no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary, yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grabbery. Well, how do you like me now, Herr Wright? Still too green for your tastes? Hmm? Oh, Feeny, we can't do it, man. He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I don't wanna. Maybe there's no need, you know? Because maybe we can just say, hey, the page is missing. I hate that we know how it ends, because you hate how it ends, right? I'm gonna do it anyway. You have to try, right? I don't like anything about this situation the same, but the judge is already getting twitchy with his gavel. How can you prove it's missing? Because you can see the fact that the page is torn? So I'd better show them something quick or else. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. No, Feeny, don't do it! What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? Feeny, please, we can't! Oh. It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. The illusion of choice. Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. At least I can say I tried. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown to the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. No, it's like he's handing it to us on the platter. Phoenix Wright, you cannot walk into this trap. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... Why? Why can't we change the past? Don't make a time paradox, but I want to. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, Phoenix, right? You could have just said that there's a missing page and it could have had the words Phoenix! I have here what I believe to be the missing page. I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifi Grammary. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. It's over. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Why does he look like that? Club. Come here. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifi's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, but where did you get the page, Phoenix? Where did you get it? Which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valence Grammary? No. No! If you could just confess, this would make this all over. The handwriting too matches that on the other pages. This is without a doubt the genuine article. Order, order, order. But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that. Clav. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Hairite? No! He freaking knows! Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Feeny! Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the court. Oh, God. Is it Kristoff? I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. Please. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. You really should have! Oh. The artist? Holding trial with no evidence is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? What's wrong, Jen? You look nervous? We already know how this ends. The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well, and you are the witness, I gather? Yes. Yes, sir. Hypervex, thank you for the follow, welcome. No spoilers, I haven't seen this. Oh, they've been constantly throughout the game talking about this case. So we already know bits and pieces and we know what's gonna happen. State your name and occupation for his record. My name is Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Oh no. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? How did you know that it was fake, though? How did you know? Yeah. I know it's well. How is that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Yeah. I mean, I made it. You... What? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecution's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramery. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Phoenix Wright! Why? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Objection! Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence! Then where did you get it from? Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness! Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contacts with them. Objection! But... There's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Beanie! Beanie! Mr. Right. I mean, at the end of the day, the problem isn't really whether he had it forged or not. The problem is that Phoenix presented forged evidence. He presented evidence that he didn't know was legitimate or not. He just got this from Trucy, who got it from she doesn't even know. How does Clavier know? Well, because they got the tip-off, presumably from Kristoff, probably. Anonymously. Mr. Wright. You have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Well, old boy, here.
What's this?
I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
And you freaking used it! It was all a trap! A fatal trap! Mr. Wright? Yes. Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Objection! Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in the court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor. Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecution's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Could I ask your name? Is Clavier an evil guy? What? What are you guys talking about? He was just doing his job. The fact of the matter is that the evidence was forged. You know? It's Phoenix's fault for presenting evidence that he didn't know was legit or not. Phoenix Wright? Phoenix Wright? Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I will remember you, Mr. Wright. Oh. That's why, Clavier seemed to know. Of course he knew. Because he got the tip. It's 100% on Feeny for not doing his job, yeah. So that's why he was watching their cases. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict this way. I didn't realize that Clavier was so unpopular. I'm surprised. Though right. Good night, Inochi. This trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. Oh, you don't need to do that, Inochi. We're kind of wrapping up here anyway, as soon as this case is over. I'm assuming it'll be over soon, but thank you. It's very kind of you. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar? The defendant escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape! Oh, God. That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zach Gramarye, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. And you left your daughter alone. By herself, right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. This is the Gramarye miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gramarye vanished, along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. Oh man, we still going? Okay. Well, we just have to keep going, but let me take another break really quick. BRB, BRB. The birds are chirping. Oh, daylight hours are upon us. Almost. Not really. I am so surprised. All of a sudden, everybody has turned on Clavier. That's wild. Jen, it's so late. But But we have to know. We have to know the truth. Six hours of reading and voice acting, yep. You okay, Jen? I'm alright. The Ace Attorney games aren't going anywhere. Make them last? What? You guys really want to end stream? I don't care. It's morning. I mean, you can sleep, Rotary. Jesus, and I have a croissant. But I want to know. But I want to know. You're gonna lose your voice if you keep pushing. But my voice feels fine. It feels fine. Oh, fine. I suppose. I don't know if this is the end of this case or not. That's why I was gonna keep going. But I suppose. That's when what happens. Think of the toxic lesbians. That's true. That is what we're gonna do tonight. Once again, as a reminder for those of you who weren't here, instead of oh shoot! I didn't tweet out the stream. Oh, I had it ready and I just never pressed. I just never pressed send. Okay, well that's all right. They need you healthy. All right. I guess instead of oh shoot! I forgot to pin my schedule. Instead of the Endless Oceans game. What is today? Oh, it is Thursday. We're gonna do the one that I canceled stream for yesterday. But I wanna know. Alright. Alright, fine. Oh man! Our next Apologize stream isn't until Saturday! Oh, that's how long I have to wait. Disgusting. Alright, fine. Good night, gamers. I'll see you guys later. We did get a lot done, I suppose. You were about to say something, was I? I don't think so. I was about to say good night. Good night.